Alright, hello everybody. Glad to see a few of you already here. Hope everybody's doing alright today. Pretty cloudy and overcast here in St. Louis, kind of gloomy, but making the most of it. At least it's not super cold out. It's not warm, but it could certainly be a lot worse. Let me just kind of finish cleaning my drawing table off here a little bit while we give people some time to show up. Even though all the cleaning I'm doing, you can't see it. It's all kind of around the edges. Jake, how you doing today, pal? Thank you so much for stopping by. So what we're going to be doing today, which I try to make clear in my posts leading up to my stream, is today we're going to start off with a berry, or the flash, for those of you who might not be super familiar, a berry warm-up drawing. And then from there we're going to, since we finally knocked out that page of my creator-owned yesterday, I'm kind of feeling like I'm feeling in a commission mood today, so I think I'm going to spend most of the day working on commissions that are left over from Batman Day. So those are mainly going to be Bat family characters. And I think I'm going to work on those start to finish, and I'll just see how many I can get done. That might change, where I might decide, oh, you know what, I just want to pencil as many as I can, and then I'll ink them later. That kind of thing. But that's kind of the plan as it stands. And then maybe if I have some time, I'll start working on the next page of my creator-owned project. Ink's on the next page anyway, because I've got about 3 or 4 penciled pages that still need inking that I'd really like to get knocked out sooner than later. But yeah, so I've laid in my kind of compositional outline thing that kind of helps me make sure that parts of the drawing aren't totally bleeding off the edge of the paper. And yeah, we'll just get started. So for something like this, I just start off with my circle template to just kind of make a nice big easy circle for me to use as a foundation. I'm going to draw on the center line, do kind of like an eye line right here. We're going to start with the nose. I've talked about this a lot, but you know, this stream's only a couple days old, so I don't expect everybody to know everything yet. But we start with the nose because the nose is such a centrally located part of the face. It's kind of a nice little landmark that you can lay in, and then sort of build the face out from there. Barry's nose is quite a bit different than the rest of the characters. It's kind of I guess flat might be the right term. I'm not really sure why I went with that. I mean, that's not like a super iconic design element of the character. It's kind of fresh to my take. But you know, the JL8 kids don't have a whole lot of variety to them, so I try to find the variety wherever I can. Now I'm just adding some cross contour lines to try to make sure that the eyes are going to be on the same general plane. And Barry's eyes, I tend to draw Barry's eyes a lot more circular. than some of the other characters. Not perfect circles, mind you, but they're just a little bit more wide-eyed. Kind of similar to how I handled John's eyes. John's eyes are pretty circular too. And from there, we're going to add his jawline. And I tend to go with a pretty rounded jawline for Barry. And you know, this is, like I said, this is kind of a warm-up drawing just to sort of shake the rust off from sleep and all that stuff. So I'm not, I try not to be like too precious with it, but as I've talked about before, you kind of want to, if you're going to warm up, you might as well warm up as kind of accurately to your real work process as possible. It's more just a matter of the thing that you're drawing is a little bit easier than what you might be drawing later in the day. So we pull back his cranium. Pull that down into his neck. Go ahead and build out his little earpiece. Even though you don't see his ear, I like to kind of draw it in there just as sort of a point of reference. And then I kind of also like to do the kind of like the bottom bit of the earpiece first and then draw the layer atop it. There's that. And here's the circle for where the lightning bit is attached. Just kind of draw a little cylinder right here. Also kind of pencil in some kind of like loose rendering. Since these ear bits are meant to be kind of like metallic, so it'd be a little bit shiny. Give him some light eyebrows, even though he's got a full face mask on, which you wouldn't actually see, but this is comics, so we get to kind of make our own rules. And we'll build on the rest of his cowl, which isn't terribly complicated. And we'll have him smiling because Barry is a happy character. I'll actually do a kind of open mouth smile this time. We'll also have him kind of looking straight at the camera. You know what, we're actually going to kind of push his nose up a little bit, because when you smile, the features on your face kind of raise a little bit. And you'll see that a lot in kind of amateur art, and honestly some professional art too, where people will draw like a smiling mouth, but it doesn't really look like the character is actually smiling. It kind of looks like they're just peeling their lips back. And it's because the rest of the face isn't essentially smiling along with it. And I mean, it's tricky. I'm not going to sit here and act like I get it right every time. But it is definitely something to keep in mind. And obviously, sometimes you want the character to kind of look like they're smiling, sort of insincerely or something. You know, just kind of going through the motions, as it were. And that's a good way to kind of achieve that effect. Alright, we're going to very loosely, very lightly lay in kind of like a rib cage, top of his arm, his little delt, a little chest line. Again, pretty loosely. Lay in his chest symbol. And in JL8, Barry just has the kind of one bend in his lightning bolt. Because I think traditionally Flash has like one, you know, it's down, back, down, back, down. Alright, that's pretty much all we really need. No, I don't really think that you would. Nah, I don't generally draw where you would be able to see that. So we'll just go ahead and erase that. So that's pretty much all we need for the base pencils. So from here, I'm going to get my inking tools ready, and we're going to ink this little guy. Mugen Blues fan, thank you so much for coming. It's good to see you guys in chat. Alright, so I'm just kind of shaking up my vial of ink, which I'm not actually sure if that does anything. I just kind of feel like it sort of does. So I tend to shake it up a little bit before I actually start using it. I don't know, I guess I worry that like the pigment settles to the bottom or something like that. And then I'm also getting my brush nice and wet before I start, Which also, if anybody ever has any questions about like what tools I use, things like that, there are commands to be used in chat. You can type in !tools, !ink, !brush, all that kind of stuff. And it should respond with basically with the answer to what that specific item is. Alright, so I got my brush nice and wet. I'm gonna slightly dry it on a handkerchief. Because you don't want it, I mean, you want it wet, but you don't want it like dripping. Take this piece of tape off. And then here we go. So just gonna come over here, dip it in the ink. Sharpen it up over here on my scratch pad. And let's get to it. And since we're just starting off, I think I'm going to kind of do a sort of less severe line here at the chest. And what I mean by that is like less severe in the sense that like if I screw it up, it's an isolated line, so you know you can kind of, it's sort of easier to fix than maybe, you know, screwing up his jaw or something. I'm actually kind of feeling just like doing this nose real quick too. And that's not exactly what I was wanting to do, but I don't think it's awful. So Jerry Bear Scare, thank you so much for the subscription. I really appreciate that. That's awesome. Okay, from there I think we'll kind of add in these happy little cheeks. There's one. There's two. Do his top lip. One thing that I tend to be very aware of as I'm inking is kind of like how much ink is remaining on the brush. Because it kind of determines how much of a line you have left to make before it starts getting into like a dry brush effect. So that being said, I can kind of sense when the brush has enough ink to do like a normal looking 2-inch line, but maybe not a normal looking 3-inch line, if that makes any sense. So I'll try to kind of like rein it back a little bit, and as the brush starts to have less and less ink on it, I'll start working on smaller and smaller portions of the face, or the drawing, I should say, because not always drawing faces. Well, pretty often drawing faces, but usually there's also a lot of other things in the drawing that I can also be working on. Okay, so just reloaded my brush. I'm going to get in here. Pardon me if my big dumb face is kind of blocking anything, but I kind of want to hit this in one or two big strokes. Or three. There we go. We'll pull this up this way. And kind of help that out. We'll do a nice thin line here for his mask. I don't really want to tackle this until I reload my brush again. So we're going to start working towards other stuff, like his neck and his traps. And then bottom lip. Also, pardon me if I sometimes just make noises and stuff. I'm just kind of one of those people that... yeah, sort of just makes noises sometimes. Sorry, I just kind of had this thought of like, what if I made like really bizarre noises? And not just bizarre, but like really loud. Like I just kind of like wigged out and started just like screamed like a chicken or something. I don't know, just that idea made me laugh. Yeah, this is what I think about. These are the thoughts that go through my head. They could certainly be worse. I can feel the brush getting pretty light. I think I have enough to do these eyebrows, which, you know, compared to the other JL8 characters, are incredibly thin. Because it's more meant to kind of be like... I don't even really know how you describe it. Like, you're not actually seeing his eyebrows. It's more, you can kind of just, like, see the way that they're, like, raised within the mask kind of thing. Alright, so I'm just reloading. Well, right now I'm cleaning the brush, kind of rinsing it off. And then reloading it, getting it nice and inky. And then I think we're going to tackle this noggin. So again, pardon me if I'm completely blocking the camera. But usually when I ink, especially kind of big, unbroken stuff, I tend to really like to get in there and there we go. That's not terrible. From here, we'll go ahead and finish his arm. There we go. Go ahead and do his neck, or the back of his neck anyway. And since that's all going to be blacked out, I'm kind of breaking the edge line of that. I'll just go ahead and ink that with my brush. Sometimes I kind of like to do that kind of stuff specifically with a pen, like a tech pen, but Rapsid, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Alright, so we're going to work kind of like front to back here. So since this is the closest to us in space, we'll do the little lightning bolt piece first. And because this is metal, I try to give it a pretty dead line, which is just a term for a line that doesn't have a lot of kind of like thick to thin to it. That just kind of makes it look and feel a little bit more like machined. And, you know, as always, you don't have to do it that way. That's just the way that I feel works best for me and my tastes. Excuse me. Sorry, just kind of focusing here because this stuff's definitely a little bit on the trickier side. Pull that down. Kind of ink in some of that reflective stuff I was talking about. Or I should say things that kind of help it feel a little bit more reflective. Give it one of those. That looks okay. I think I've got enough ink to do this other trap right here. And also the other side of his clavicle. And now it's just time for the eyes. Ben, good to see you. No, you have not missed Olive Berry. Although, don't forget, this stuff is always saved and archived on on Twitch in the video section, and then I also save and re-upload all this stuff onto my YouTube channel as well. And on the YouTube channel, I also upload time lapses, so you can watch it all come together in like 10 minutes instead of, I don't know, however long it takes, like 40 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour, whatever. Now for Barry, I actually do ink the entirety of his eye because he has a full face mask on. Because if you saw like Diana or Clark, usually I kind of start inking the inner part of the eye, sort of like up around here. Oops, gotta be careful. It's a pretty big ink line, so over there is still a little bit wet. Don't want to smear. We'll go this way. Kind of go back over it to tighten it up a teeny bit. Doesn't need much, but and honestly, you guys probably wouldn't even be able to see it. Alright, there is the outer bits of his eye. And then pretty much everything remaining is stuff I choose to do with Tech Pens. So I'm gonna kind of punch this up here real quick. There we go. I'm going to go ahead and clean my brush and grab my pens. Yeah, I get Barrick. I do tend to pencil pretty tightly. That's really more of a matter of lacking confidence than it is anything else. I just really want to know exactly what I want it to look as close as it can to how it's finally going to look before I start inking stuff. I really wish I penciled looser. It would certainly, save a lot of time. But especially with something like JL8, where the character designs are fairly pared down, and on top of that, it really hinges on the characters, like being cute and everything. You'd be surprised at how little it takes for a character to not look right. Like I've had instances where, let's say, erasing this line and drawing a line either right above where it was or right below where it was can completely change the way that the drawing looks. We're talking like millimeters here. It's pretty wild. So because of that, I try to pencil pretty tightly. pen got away from me a teeny bit right there. Not super thrilled, but I'm also not about to get super gung-ho over something so minor. And basically what I just did there is these pens come in varying degrees of thickness. The pen I was using on Barry's eyes was I believe a 0.2, and this is a 0.35. Certainly not a huge difference, but these actually aren't non-repro blue. This is just a Prismacolor Col-Erase blue pencil. And I actually use this type of pencil for pretty much everything I do. The only time I use a graphite pencil is when I plan to physically color the piece with like Copics, which I've done 2 times in my entire career, both of which have been within the past 7 days. But I'm planning to do more of that in the future. In fact, I think I'm probably going to do it this Saturday. I think I'm going to do a stream where, kind of like last Saturday's stream, I do a complete illustration, start to finish, of Clark this time. Excuse me, Superman. Although I don't believe I'll be giving that one away. I think that one will just be going up in my shop. And now I'm just busting out my Copic 110 Super Black marker to do my spot blacks, which is just a term for large areas of flat black. Trying to decide what I want to listen to. I've got my headphones on, but no music playing. Last night I went for a late night drive, which I really enjoy doing. Usually the streets in St. Louis get pretty empty after around midnight, so I just kind of go and cruise around. And I was listening to Saves the Day. I believe their first album, Can't Slow Down. Not quite as good as Say What You Are. Is that the one with Firefly on it? But still a pretty good album. And lastly, I just go in here Ink. That kind of border I did at the start, mainly because it creates kind of like a nice framing effect. And there's Barry. Oh, you know what? I totally forgot this is supposed to be black. Alright, there's Barry. And all the warm-ups that I've done will be available for purchase either tomorrow or Saturday. I'm trying to kind of figure that out. I'm also debating if they're going to go on eBay or straight into my big cartel store. Thank you, Mouse Guard David Peterson? Thank you so much for joining, man. I'm a huge fan of your work. And your dog. Didn't you have a pooch with you at Heroes Con one year? Yeah. Big old friendly one. Gorgeous one too. Oh, I'm really sorry to hear that. Yeah, it's definitely not that I'm saying anything particularly profound here, but that's obviously the big trade-off with pets, especially dogs. We will outlive them, which sucks real bad, but oh man, aren't we so lucky for the time that we do get with them. Autumn, what a great name for a dog. My wife and I actually currently have a mini dachshund named Niles after Niles Crane after Niles Crane from Frasier because we're both big Frasier nerds. He's a little sweetheart. Oh, that's very fitting. That's a great way to choose a name. Yeah, I'll admit I tend to be more partial to larger dogs myself. I personally grew up with collies, multiple collies at the same time, but Ashley and I just really wanted a dog. Excuse me. But the apartment that we were living in at the time just wasn't all that big and didn't have any kind of like fenced in courtyard or anything. So we realized, even though we would like to have a big dog, it just wouldn't really be fair to a larger breed to have them in such a relatively confined space. So we, started looking through the smaller breeds, and which of those kind of stood out to us. And I've known quite a few dachshunds in my time, and I've always found them to be fairly entertaining dogs. So we kind of just decided, oh, okay, we'll go with a dachshund. All right, so now that we've gotten the warm-up drawing out of the way, also, you know what? Before I get started on the Batman drawing stuff, I do kind of want to just show you guys the next page of my creator-owned thing. I just think it's a little bit more interesting than that bar scene that I was working on for the last couple days. So this is page 9 as they're getting ready to set off to try and hunt down the goblins that have been raiding the village. And I'll probably start working on inking this maybe even tomorrow, honestly. I think I want to redraw this face though. Yeah, you get a little bit better sense of the characters in this one than in the previous page. Yeah, it's been a long time coming. I wish I were further along in it than I am, but you know, COVID's kind of thrown quite the wrench in all of our. Yeah, I can kind of see that. Although is Sagat usually that boisterous? I feel like Sagat generally is more of a kind of reserved. He kind of lets his size do the talking for him. Oh no, the letters directly on the page. I mean, I do that with JL8 as well. I letter straight onto the page with JL8. In fact, as soon as I get done laying out this border, let me yeah, here's basically like what before it gets scanned in, what a JL8 page looks like. It's kind of hard to, you know, see the whole thing. Yeah, you'll probably remember this from the second to most final update that I posted, where we finally see Clark kind of lay down the law a little bit. I'll admit, I'm pretty proud of that page. Alright, so the Batman Day commission that I'm going to be working on today is actually an homage to basically the final sequence of Almost Got Him, with Bruce and Catwoman on the rooftop kind of flirting. But, you know, JL8 version. I think this time this is going to be more just like a general guide. So we're going to start here. with Bruce. This is probably going to be fairly tricky because this is kind of an unusual angle for the JL8 kids. So I'm going to be going pretty light here until I feel like I've got a handle on how this is looking. And then I'll start tightening it up when I feel like, oh yeah, that anatomy is correct. And also, by the way, if anybody here in chat is not familiar with Dave Peterson's Mouse Guard comic, I very highly recommend you check it out. Dave is incredibly, incredibly talented. Also, forgive me, I'm not actually looking at chat right now. I'm looking at reference image from this episode. Because even though I've seen it a million times, when someone's paying you to recreate it, you want to definitely make sure you know exactly what it looks like and not just what you maybe think you remember it looking like. Dang. What happened there was the composition was too far to the left. It needs to be more center. And this is one of those times when not working digitally sucks. Because digitally I could have just literally scooted it over. But IRL, Scooting over means erasing it all and drawing it again. In fact, I want them to be standing pretty close to each other, so I should probably... Alright, so let's try this again. Do I make thumbnail compositions before I start on the main piece? Generally, yeah. I mean, not so much if I'm working so closely from a reference image. Like in this case, I didn't thumbnail out this, because essentially the thumbnail's already been made for me by the episode. But yeah, if I'm kind of having to come up with it myself, yeah, I'd definitely thumbnail. But thankfully, I mean, even though I did have to erase all that, I was feeling pretty good about it. So that means I have already kind of figured out how I want to actually draw this thing. It's a lot more palatable to erase and redraw something because it just wasn't quite in the right spot than erasing and redrawing something because you can't get it to look right. And I imagine you guys understand what I mean by that, and can understand why that is probably the case. God, this is such a gorgeous episode of this show. I can't remember if it was animated by Spectrum or by TMS proper, but either way, the animation team that worked on this specific episode really brought their A game. Because as good as Batman the Animated Series is, any animated show is going to have its ups and downs in regards to animation quality. Usually because they're just working with a bunch of different studios to get it all made in time. But sometimes it is all just one studio. But even then, if it's only one studio, like that one studio only has so many employees, and people can get kind of like burnt out, worn down, etc. So when you do find an animated show that is impressive looking all the way through, that is that's definitely some that's definitely a unicorn. Oh, the Trigger does a pretty good job of that. And UFO Table did a great job on Demon Slayer. Kimetsu no Yaiba. Alright, so I think that's probably okay for the rough underdrawing. I've actually never watched Young Justice. I'm not super crazy, and this is gonna sound really strange. I'm not super wild about a lot of the like kind of modern American action adventure show aesthetic, where it all kind of just feels like a sort of cheap imitation of anime. And it sucks because as much as I love, Bruce Timm's approach, I also don't just want that to be like the only American animation approach for action adventure cartoons. I wouldn't say that I'm not a fan of Young Justice. I just haven't checked it out. I would just consider myself neutral on it. I don't dislike it, but I'm also not. Alright, that feels better. I mean, it's kind of one of those things where, like, at this point, everything is going to have some kind of an anime influence to it, just because of how impactful anime has been on Western talent, myself included. Um, but, you know, kind of like the angularity of everything, and I don't know. I mean, it's certainly not as anime inspired as, say, Avatar: The Last Airbender. Um, I don't know. And again, you know, I want to be very clear. I'm not digging on anyone who worked on the show. Um, I'm not saying that it's bad. I'm just saying it's not really what I'm vibing with, and that's okay. You know, um, self-deprecating as I can be, I don't think JL8 is bad. However, I totally understand that it's not for everybody. And honestly, the only reason I go so hard on stuff like that is like I just feel like American fan culture, particularly, um, is really bad at understanding that you cannot like something, but that doesn't mean that it's intrinsically a bad thing. That you like, maybe it's just something that's not for you. Ah, that's the ticket. He's gotta not have his eye fully open. There we go. That's what I was looking for. And on the flip side, just because you like something also doesn't mean that it's good. Yeah, I mean it is this kind of weird, you know, give and get thing because yeah, Tezuka was a huge Disney fan, and you know everybody's like, oh, you know, like people that don't like anime are like, oh, those stupid big eyes and everything. It's like that came from Disney. Like the reason anime and manga has that is because of Disney, is because of Western aesthetics. So you know that's always kind of a weird dig when you see people trying to talk smack on anime and manga. Mugen, what part of what I was saying did you think I was talking about that redraw thing? Because I will definitely talk about that. I'm just not sure what part of what I was saying made you think of that. Oh, like not liking something making it bad, I guess. Yeah, that redraw thing, man, that was. And I mean, like that stuff happens all the time. That's not like, oh my god, this one person did this thing this one time that we've never seen anyone do before, and it's so offensive, and yada yada yada. Uh, that's not. So basically, what happened was, DC's been doing that line of kind of like young adult, middle grade books, I guess, recently. They've done like a Zatanna one. Victoria Yang did like a really successful Wonder Woman one titled like Diana, Princess of the Amazons or something. And I guess they've announced some new ones, and the one of the new titles is called like I Am Not Starfire, and it's about Starfire's daughter, who is like a goth LGBT girl. Um, and like that makes sense. Like that's decent conflict because Starfire is, for most intents and purposes, kind of like the girliest girly girl in the DC unit. It'd kind of be like whatever the Kardashians' mother's name is. Like if one of her daughters was Kelly Osbourne, right? So it's like, oh, kind of like a culture clash thing. Like I'm Starfire. I don't really know how to connect with my daughter. I'm Starfire's daughter. I feel like my mom doesn't understand me, or at least I assume that that's what's going to happen. Anyway, so the design for the daughter, she's like a little bit plus size. She's very pale. All this stuff. Basically she's like the anti Starfire, as she should be. That's the that's the point. Um, and full disclaimer, Yoshi Yoshitani was the artist for it, and I don't know Yoshi like super well, but she's like an acquaintance of mine, and I am a fan of her work. Actually, forgive me, she might go by they, and if that's the case, I do apologize. Um, and yeah, some art YouTuber something or other basically like drew over top Yoshi's design and was like, "Hey DC, like fixed it for you." Just like some like really snarky crap. And you know, first of all, don't do that. Just don't do that. That's not a good look. Um, and secondly, it's not good. Like, and I'm not gonna sit here and act like the girl just like straight up can't draw. That's not the case. Like she's a perfectly functional artist in her own right. I don't think that she's as talented as Yoshi. But it's not a thing where she drew like something that looks like maybe a middle schooler or below is capable of it. Um, but yeah, like this person, I guess, is just like super offended by the design of Starfire's daughter and felt the need to go on some kind of like stupid tirade about everything wrong with it and stuff. And it's like, I'm not saying that you need to like it. Just understand when maybe you're not the target audience. Like, you know, maybe that person needs to ask themselves, is a story where Starfire has a daughter that is like the polar opposite of Starfire herself, is that a story that would ever appeal to me? And if the answer is no, then like maybe just leave it alone. Like I don't know. I apologize for the rant. I mean, I do know that you guys were asking my opinion on that stuff, so I'm not gonna be super apologetic, but you know, maybe not everybody is here for that kind of content, you know. But you know, I try to spread the word of like just don't be a jerk as often as I can. Um, and you know, I certainly have a real hard time with that myself. Like I by no means am I some kind of, you know, monk or whatever who is, you know, has got it all figured out and is at peace with the world all the time and all that. But you know, I do think that's something to strive towards. Um, so yeah, you know, just try not to be a jerk. Especially if it's not even like retaliatory, right? Like I could totally get it. Like if Yoshi wants to be a jerk back to that person, that's definitely their prerogative, right? Like that person did a pretty skeezy thing to her or to them. Um and if they want to, you know, kind of let their feelings fly, I think that they have every right to do that. Obviously within reason, but yeah, I don't know. I'm still not quite happy with this eye. Also, I think I'm gonna get rid of that. Alright, let's see if I can... Yeah. Never mind. I'm pretty happy with that. I thought it was going to take me a while to kind of like figure out that hand, but I'm pretty happy with that. I think that's a decent little hand. Oh, okay. I was kind of worried that maybe Bruce is like, that maybe Catwoman's like a little taller than she should be or something, but I think that's okay. And that kind of goes like this. Alright. Let's also put in his bat symbol, which really wouldn't have a whole lot of detail to it just because it's kind of like so flattened out. It'd just kind of be more like a big black wedge. There we go. Oh, gotta do his belt buckle. I guess I'll also add the flaps to his pouches. Because if I wait and just do it in the inks, I'll probably do it in a way that I'm not happy with. Alright. So I think that's pretty much, I think Bruce is pretty much done, so now it's just time to move on to Selena. This one's going to be tricky. I should really like sculpt a JL8 character head so I can kind of use it as like three-dimensional reference, like turn it in space and stuff. Because trying to figure out what they look like from from a kind of like low angle can be really weird. I mean, frankly, that's not an easy angle to even draw like adults from. So. Actually, that doesn't look terrible. It does kind of suck that her animated costume looks a lot like Bruce's costume. Well, her original animated suit. Because in the new look, she gets that just like straight up black outfit. Which I think is really cool looking. I like that design a lot. Also, this is one of those shots that, like, it's a really great image. It kind of loses something when the characters are not full grown, as it were. And I do mean both Selena and Bruce. Just the kind of is just a visually more interesting shot when their bodies are both more filled out. More dynamic lighting, shadows, etc. Not quite so much when you're a kid and your whole body is just like one big washboard. With maybe like a little baby fat to break it up. It is admittedly a little weird to listen to the commentary of this episode. And like everybody, when it comes to this shot, everybody's just like, "Oh yeah, that's a great shot of Catwoman." And it's like, God, come on, guys. It's like, I understand that it is a visually pleasing image of a visually pleasing character, but like, I don't know, just different time. Because I don't think any of those guys were intending to be like lecherous, like lecherous or anything like that. It just kind of is what it is. It was just kind of like socially expected to, oh, you see a pretty illustration of a pretty woman, you comment on it. In the animated series, Catwoman had this really weirdly designed belt. I mean, visually it looks really cool, but it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Where it's just kind of like some circles. And honestly, I think for a long time I didn't realize it had... Actually, you know what? I'm going to redo that belt. I didn't realize that it had... I didn't remember that it had kind of like a connective band attaching all the circles to one another. I thought they were kind of almost just like free floating. This helps a little bit just because the female waistline is generally, you treat it higher than a male's. There's also a giant moon back here. Alright, I do actually have a compass capable of going that big. Oops, what the heck just fell out? Oh, I see. Apologies for being off camera. I dropped something that I needed to try and pick up. Fun fact, that's an easy way to find the dead center of a page. You just basically make a cross from corner to corner, and then the center will be right there. Hey, Michael, good to see you. Glad to see that you're here, so that way I know I can work on your commission. Because I knew that you weren't going to be here right at the gate, like you mentioned yesterday. So I didn't want to get started on anything until... Oops. You know what? Super Evil Wolfie, thank you so much for the follow. Always appreciated. I'm actually gonna give that another shot. I think we'll kind of go up a little bit. There we go. I like that better. It's probably pretty hard to see. It's a pretty thin line, but Gamer Dad, what did you use me as an example for, if you don't mind me asking? Also, good to see you again. Thank you so much for stopping back by. Sorry, I'm trying to put this compass away real quick. Also, that's what this tool is called. It's called a compass. And it is used for drawing. Oh, well, thank you. That's a very flattering. I'm very flattered to be used as an example of that. All right, so now that we've knocked out one commission, I mean pencils anyway, I'm going to take a very small break. I'm still going to be here. I'm just grabbing a drink of water and kind of catching up on chat. Yeah, that compass, the Fuerza, that compass actually comes with like a little, I don't know if you were able to see it, it actually comes with like a little, teeny tiny little like felt square that you can put on the page between the pointy bit and the paper itself, so that it doesn't end up, you know, putting a bunch of holes in your page. When I settled into my art style, why did I go with an iconic style versus realism or quasi-realism? It's just how I draw. You know, like it wasn't really a conscious decision necessarily. It's just how I sort of naturally evolved, as it were. Yeah, Ashley's like the super mod. She's on top of it. Oh, by the way, in case anyone is at all interested, uh, I just realized I don't have a copy here to show you. But this week is the final week that I'll be accepting orders for the JL8 JSA crossover print. That's it's my biggest print to date. It's 17 inches by 22 inches, 17 and a half by 22 and a half inches. It's like 25 characters, something like that. Well, actually, I do have the original art of it. There we go. If you can see that. Doesn't quite all fit on the screen all that easy. This is actually drawn over 2 taped together pieces of 11 by 17. Oh, Ashley actually brought down
I'm not in a meeting anymore.
a copy of the print, which also, forgive me if it's kind of hard to see because of the it's actually Earth 2 Robin, as you can kind of see right here. I will say this print right here that I'm showing you, this is the one actually done for the client. So it's on, I mean, it's actually in a sleeve right now, but it's actually on really, really high grade paper. The one that's for the mass market isn't quite as good, so it might not look exactly the same when you order it. But yeah. So that's available on my big cartel store, which you can find with the command !store, along with all my other prints and merch and original art, etc., etc., etc. And you know, if nobody's interested, that's totally fine too. I just oh, sorry, I bonked my stool against my webcam stand. But yeah, I just, you know, want to make sure that you all are aware of it. But anyway, kind of getting back to the matter at hand, since we finished the pencils on this one, let's kind of shift gears a little bit here. And since our friend Michael is in the chat, let's go ahead and work on getting his commission finished. This is a commission that he ordered this past Batman Day back in about September, and he's been very patient and very generous in his patience with me working on this. It is a Harley Quinn in a Harley themed bat costume. So we will now go ahead and start inking this. Oh yeah, it's pretty wild, isn't it, Gamer Dad? Just meant to be kind of like a throwaway hench girl. And now she's one of the more iconic characters in the entire DC pantheon. Actually, sorry, let me leave that taped up there while I get my brush ready. Oh yeah, Mindy Lee, a friend of mine, she is like the queen of the Gotham Sirens. She's constantly doing like redesigns and stuff of them, and I've like yet to see one that I wasn't impressed by. Ashley, do you have like a link that you could post for her work? Thank you. I wish Mindy would stream. She's also incredible at Copics. Actually, I have an original. This isn't Harley, but Ashley got me this Jean and Cyclops piece as a gift. So this is basically what Mindy's stuff looks like. It's pretty impressive. I think she mainly does design work for the game industry and stuff like that. She's done some comics work, but I don't think that that's really kind of like her preferred. I don't think that's really her preferred field. I think that she likes just being in like the viz dev realm, but she's real good at it. Alright, so let's get started here. Kick on some Charlie XCX for a Harley something that rhymes with XCX commission. So basically right now I'm just kind of starting off with large, fairly straight in the grand scheme of things, lines, just to kind of warm up to it a little bit. Even though I literally did a warm-up drawing today, it's still just one of those things. Also, this Charlie XCX album that she put out during quarantine is really good. I like it a lot. Also, forgive me if my breathing gets kind of weird when I ink. I've mentioned this before, but when you're inking, it's almost like, I mean, not that I know from personal experience, but kind of like being a marksman. You kind of holding your breath to sort of steady yourself. All right. Yale SMR. Ugh. ASMR is all about soothing, repetitive sounds, not weird, unsteady, heavy breathing. I actually did make an ASMR video over on YouTube one time, just literally screwing around. Because I had some friends who were telling me that, like, there are people that really like just like the sound of markers on paper. So I was like, well, I can do that. No skin off my back. So I literally just got out my sketchbook and just wrote ASMR with a fat marker and then colored it in. I don't know, it only took me like a couple minutes. And if somebody finds it and it helps them kind of like calm down after a rough day, then it feels like time well spent to me. I'll admit, I'm actually pretty susceptible to that stuff. My youngest brother actually turned me onto it years ago. And it's kind of weird to see it sort of like blowing up into this like cultural phenomenon. And you know, I mean, like, you know, kind of like what I was just saying. Like, if it's helping people out, you know, awesome. Excuse me. I like everything about you. I like everything about you. Yeah, I'll admit, I'm like really vibing pretty hard on a lot of these, this like kind of current generation of female pop stars. Charlie, Ariana Grande. I haven't looked into Billie Eilish yet. Oh, I hear really good things. Yeah, apparently this is like called hyperpop now, which I'm not entirely sure what that means. I mean, I assume it just means like it's basically like pop music cranked to 11. You know, just like everything that makes pop music, you just kind of like lean into it. But yeah, like I think Charlie XCX is counted in that. 100 Gex is part of that. Oop, sorry. Also, I apologize if no one here cares about music. I just... Behind comics, music is probably my... Music and movies are probably my second greatest passion. Apparently I've listened to about 20,000 minutes of music on Spotify this year. Shubi, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. It means a lot. And also, you know, I mean, if you've been following JL8 for any period of time, you can probably tell that music is a big deal to me. Because like over on the Facebook page, there have been times where like I'll link to specific music with an update as kind of like a makeshift soundtrack, as it were. Which actually, I have a really cool story about that. When I did the Action Comics #1 tribute after Lois and Clark come out of the sewer and that car goes out of control and like hops the curb and Clark catches it. In the context of that strip, it's the guy who's driving is listening to Sylvan Esso's song Die Young. And I love Sylvan Esso. And I always thought that that song was just so perfect for Lois and Clark because it's like, you know, the whole point, not the whole point of it, but a major part of Lois and Clark's relationship is that he's like constantly saving her from dying. Because Lois is awesome and, you know, isn't afraid to kind of like get dangerous, as it were. But I was like, oh, what an interesting lyric. You know, I was gonna die young, but now I've got to wait for you, hun. Like, what a kind of interesting way to describe. It's almost like a letter Lois is writing to Clark. You know, like, had she not met him, she probably would have died young. You know, chasing some kind of dangerous news story or something like that. But anyway, I woke up one day and I was like, oh, holy cow. Somebody showed it to Sylvan Esso, and you know they kind of gave me a shout out on Twitter. Very cool, right? The person who shouted, who turned them on to it, was Amelia Meath, the lead singer's dad. Turns out he's a JL8 fan. And was like, oh cool, my daughter's band is featured in this comic I like. Let me show her. And then he bought those pages from me. So now I have a kind of like vaguely familiar relationship with Sylvan Esso. I mean, they're not gonna like come play my birthday or anything like that, but like I said, I'm a pretty big fan of them, so you know, it's kind of like, oh, Senpai noticed me. I saw that Ashley continues to be on top of it by linking to their band's website. Oh, Ashley, you need to check and see if Niles is in any of the photos at daycare today. DeFuerza, yeah, I did see that. That's pretty wild. Yeah, Nicole is a good dude. I don't know him super well. We've only hung out a couple times, but every time I've been around him, I've really enjoyed his company. I'm trying to decide what I want to do with the pom-poms. I think I am going to template those. Yeah, I could see that. He seems the type. Honestly, I'm kind of the same way. For better or for worse. Alright. I think kind of just freehand these ones. go. And finally, we'll do these ones down here. Alright, there we go. Oh, fun fact. In high school, or college, excuse me, I actually lived in the apartment right over Forrest's right shoulder when he's sitting on the bench telling his life story. And then the diner that Jenny works at, when she sees about his cross-country run, it's like 300 feet to the right. Do you still walk past that all the time? Yeah, I did. No, this is just, I just kind of designed this yesterday during the stream as part of a commission. But if anybody feels like cosplaying it, you know, go for it. Yeah, I used to, so like they actually, the bench isn't, first of all, the bench was not there initially. They put the bench there for him to sit on. And after the film, they left it, you know, because it was a super successful film and everything. Um, but basically, where he's sitting in Savannah, there are these things called squares, and basically, like, it's imagine this is, you know, a lawn, and you've got two paths going this way, and it's surrounded by street. It's almost like a roundabout, and Forrest Bench was like right here. So apparently, people would like back up into traffic to try to take photos of, you know, like their friends and family and stuff. So eventually they got rid of the bench. And one of the reasons I'm so good at telling that story, which I don't know if I'm really that good, but because when I lived up up here above Gallery Espresso, a coffee shop, I used to hang out here and smoke cigars sometimes. Because there's another bench that faces, it's like a real long, like end to end concrete bench that faces into the square. So I would sit there and puff on my cigar, and like people would come by and kind of like look confused. I'd have to be like, "Oh, it's not there," like, and the explain to them the like brief history of the Forrest Gump bench. Right there on Bull Street. I want to say that that's Chippewa Square. My memories of the square names have kind of faded over time. Since, I mean, God, that was. Oh my God, that was a decade ago now. But, I love Savannah. I deeply love that city. A lot's changed already. I mean, not only is it a college town, it's an art college town. So, they're a little bit more trend obsessed than even your average university. Although Savannah also has a bunch of historic protections, so there's only like so much you can really do. It's always kind of crazy to think about. I mean, man, we had some like very real talent come out of my graduating class at SCAD. I mean, just out of the sequential department, which is, comics. Uh, Brooke Allen, who co-created the Lumberjanes. Trad Moore co-created Luther Strode, and the new Ghost Rider, Robbie Reyes. I think that's that character's name. Although Trad is actually one of my closest friends. I was friendly with Brooke, but not super tight. Jeff Shaw, Donnie Cates, both of them were at SCAD with us. It's pretty wild. Well, I think Donnie might have been. I think Donnie and Jeff may have been like grad students or something. I'm not sure because, as I've mentioned before, I didn't actually study comics at SCAD. I went for animation. Oh yeah, and then I mean, God, there's my buddy Andy Cluthy, um, who does the webcomic Nerd Rage and did a lot of stuff with College Humor and like Dorkly and everything. I mean, hell, my roommate, Andy was one of my roommates alongside Tyson Hess, who was in charge of redesigning Sonic for the new movie, and has actually been in charge of a lot of the Sonic stuff the last couple of years. I didn't really switch from animation to comics so much as I switched from comics to animation, then realized I preferred comics and switched back. I would still very much enjoy working in animation at some point as like a storyboard artist, because that's really what appeals more to me. Like, actually animating is incredible, but I just don't have the patience to do that as like at a professional level. We're getting there. Still got a decent way to go, but we're definitely getting there. Holy cow, it's already almost 4 o'clock. Are you kidding me? Where does the time go? I just remembered I had the weirdest dream last night that I was hanging out with Ed Piscor. And we were like trying to decide what to go get for dinner or something. We had like just wrapped up an issue of Cartoonist Kayfabe, like they had me on as a guest or something. It was strange. I mean, like, strange in how mundane it was. Like, nothing all that bizarre happened aside from the fact that it was just like such a normal act, normal. Uh, oh yeah, thanks for mentioning that, Ashley. Yeah, I'm kind of considering hopping on for a couple hours later at night to stream. I mean, like, the stream is more a B plot to just my general work day. So, like, I'm not trying to switch things up too much. But, I've kind of heard that, like, oh, viewership is usually better later in the evening and stuff like that. And, like, we kind of talked about, I guess it was yesterday. I'm not trying to necessarily have myself like a Twitch career, but the more I'm able to capitalize and earn some income off of basically like passive stuff, because like I'd be doing this work anyway, and the fact that people might tune in and subscribe and things like that goes a long way in helping me be able to commit more time to just making comics instead of having to, take on commission work and whatnot. I mean, like, I like commission work. I don't want anybody to think that I hate it, but, for every commission I'm working on, that's time not spent working on JL8 or Forward the Horizon or, whatever other project I might have in the pipeline. And, I mean, it's one of those things, like, I would, even though I'm asking your guys' opinion, and I do value the opinion, like, I'm going to try it anyway. If it doesn't work for anybody in here, that's totally fine. Because it wouldn't be in place of this stream. It would be in conjunction with this time slot. Because, like I've kind of said, trying stuff on Twitch doesn't really cost me anything, so I'm pretty willing to give stuff a shot. And if it works, it works, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. It's not that big a deal. I'll admit it is nice to start getting some black on this piece. By which I mean like larger areas of it instead of just lines. Alright, let me reload my brush. Let me try and... What else do I feel like listening to now that that album is done? Oh, you know what? Some Santa Gold might be nice. I'm gonna put on some Santa Gold. Oop, passed it. We'll do Master of My Make-Believe. There we go. Alright, here we go. Mike, do you mean like an actual checkerboard pattern, or the kind of like diamond pattern that she normally has like on her thigh? Also, Mike, I'm sorry if you've answered already. I'm just kind of focused on trying to get this done real quick before I look back at chat. Again, I apologize if I'm kind of getting in the way a little bit here. There's just some kind of fine line work, so I like to be close both for control and also just being able to kind of like see it more clearly. Whew, starting to feel it in my elbow. What's going on? Already on the art stream? What's up? Oh. Well, I'm not apologizing for drawing. I'm apologizing for not being great at talking and drawing. Mike, let me, I'm going to knock out the rest of the inks real quick, and then I'll kind of screw around with what you're talking about, and we'll see if we can figure out what what might look best. Because I think I know what you're talking about, but I want to make sure I know what you're talking about before I give any kind of real answer. Whew, that is a decently bolder line than I was expecting. So let's maybe try and get a little bit more ink off of the brush for that. Let's do her pigtail holder. I don't know, rubber band, hair tie, whatever. Now I'm just getting kind of quiet because we're sort of getting into like my favorite part. I love inking the face. Oh yeah, no, I've seen Jay like cosplay before. I'll admit it's not terribly common, but no, I have seen it from all ages too. I've seen adults cosplay as JL8 characters. I've seen kids cosplay as JL8 characters. I will say it's incredibly flattering. It's one of the coolest things ever. Yeah, one can only hope. All right, so what do I want to do? Here we go. All right, so from here, Harley's arm here is this quadrant of her costume is black. I'm just kind of figuring out lighting here on the black parts of the costume. So, Mike, were you talking about like this stuff that's usually on her costume, or were you literally wanting like a totally different like checkerboard pattern on her legs? Yeah, I think that'd be fine. I don't think it would screw up the design too much. Excuse me. Well, thankfully, you can usually feel a sneeze or a hiccup or a cough coming. So, usually, if I'm inking and that happens, I just turn away from the page. Alright, here we go. All Queen, thank you so much for the follow. Glad to have you. Just working on finishing up a commission here of Harley in a Harley themed bat costume. Alright, now we're basically at the point where we can just hit this with our Copics. Just start filling in these blacks. And we're just about home free. We're getting there. Again, apologies for kind of shutting up a little bit. Honestly, I'm just kind of excited to be done with this. I've been having a lot of fun with it. I'm basically excited to see it. I'm excited to see it finished. So I'm kind of zoning in pretty hard, trying to get there as soon as I can, but without, you know, making any stupid mistakes. Yeah, I can. Can't forget these. Alright, here we go. Alright, so now to add in the background, the wall that she's leaning up against. This is fine. Kind of make it look a little spray painty. Hales, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. You tuned in right in time as we're finishing up this commission. All that's left now and there we've got it. Harley in a Batsuit. Harley themed Batsuit. I'll admit, I'm pretty happy with that one. I think that came out real nice. I hope you guys like it. Well, thank you so much, everybody. I appreciate the kind words. Alright, so now that that's done, we're going to take that down, set it somewhere safe for it to be scanned, and then packaged for shipping. And then next up, I think that we're going to tackle the inks on this bad boy. But before we do that, I'm going to take a very brief break. Going to go use the restroom real quick, refill my water glass. I will literally be back in just a minute. Alright, I have returned. I guess you can kind of see that be right back sign. Not perfect, but I'll admit I am probably going to take just a couple minutes here to sit down and rest my legs a little bit. For those who don't know, I stand while I work. A little piece of advice picked up from Stewart Eminem in some blog post that he did at one point. Because, you know, working on comics is certainly not the most physically demanding thing in the world. So it's kind of like the least you can do to not be a complete potato all day. But that being said, you know, standing for 3.5 hours straight, you know, definitely takes a toll. So, oh man. Well, I hope everybody's days are continuing to go well. I can't believe it's already 4:45. At least here in St. Louis. I'm sure that if any of you are in different parts of the world, it might be earlier, it might be later. But, yeah. Kind of wondering if anybody has any cool plans for the weekend. I don't believe that I do. Actually, I take that back. I think tomorrow night I am gonna try to do like an 8 to 10 p.m. slot for streaming. Kind of see how that goes. See if, you know, the Friday night crowd decides to show up or something like that. And then, yeah, I'm also going to do another Saturday stream where I'm going to try to do a complete illustration of Clark, Superman, from start to finish, including coloring it with Copic markers. Basically, what I did last Saturday for the inauguration stream, but instead of Batman, it's going to be Superman. However, this time, that piece of art will not be given away. It'll probably end up being sold at a later date. Although I do think I'm going to use that as some kind of, maybe like an incentive, you know, to like a subscriber goal or something. Like if we hit a certain level of subscribers, we'll do another giveaway stream where we all get together and I do a complete illustration start to finish, and I choose one of my subscribers to give that original piece to. And I'll probably try to shoot for the same time frame this Saturday. I want to say last week I started at 1 and ran to like 4 o'clock or something like that. I think I'll probably be doing that same window this time around. Well, 1 to whenever it's done, which might be 4, might be 5, you know, who knows, it just depends on how long it takes. But the point is, we're definitely getting started. I'm definitely going to try and get started at 1 p.m. Alright, so let's get started on this bad boy. And actually, yet again, let me find some tunes that I can listen to while I work. You know what, let's go with the American Analog set. Just kind of nice and simple. Alright, so we're going to start with this just because it's the most foreground thing. I kind of just enjoy working that way. Basically like front to back. So like when I work on Bruce's legs, I can just pull them straight into this ink line here. Sorry, moving my stool out of the way. Oh, and I don't think I've mentioned this yet today. And I understand that it's probably becoming kind of broken recordy, but thank you so much to everyone who's been coming out, whether this is your first time or fourth time or whatever. I really appreciate you guys coming to hang out while I make silly drawings. It's very much appreciated. And you know what? Yeah, let's just start down here. Oop, a little bit of a smear right there. Oh well. I'm kind of bouncing around a little bit more than normal. Mainly because my brush seems to be particularly wet right now. So, to avoid kind of like going over and smearing stuff, I'm just kind of hitting one spot and then trying to find a different spot elsewhere to tackle while the previous stuff dries. let's work on the utility belt. Holy cow, we just crossed 1,000 views. Which I guess means like that many unique people have come by my channel over the course of its existence or something. I don't know, but it seems kind of cool. Hopefully they all enjoyed it. Alright, back to the utility belt. Since the buckle is like plastic, I'll save that for a tech pen. Whereas the pouches are, you know, some kind of a cloth. Which is to say, I feel like the brush works better for inking them. Gotta sneeze, hold on. Sorry about that. Again, apologies for kind of going quiet here. I'm just sort of in a zone and kind of trying to capitalize on it. Also, on top of that, I just would like to have this finished by the end of the stream. And I think I've got a little less than an hour until I hit that point. So not that this is like an overly complicated commission, but sometimes stuff can sneak up on you. And you're like, oh sure, that'll only take 30 minutes. And then 3 hours later, it's like, oh, okay, I guess I was wrong. Oh god, that sucks. When I bonk my headphone against the webcam. Zach, thank you so much for the raid, man. Monokuma Metal, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Reeve Tan, thank you so much for the follow. Very much appreciated. Star Wars Decoded, thank you so much for the follow. Blunderdome, thank you so much for the subscription, buddy. That means the world. Wow, things were getting pretty quiet in here. You guys just blew the lid off. Holy cow. Also, let me be very clear that things were getting quiet in here comment was directed at myself. You guys have been fantastic. Yeah, we're just working on a Batman Day commission here that, if you're a fan of the animated series, you might recognize as a recreation of a scene from the episode Almost Got Him, where Bruce and Selina stand atop the roof after he has rescued her from literally becoming cat food. And yeah, the client requested this as a commission. So we've got the pencils down, and now we're working on inking it. I love you too, buddy. Thank you so much. We need to find some time to catch up soon. You missed me going on a huge Savannah rant earlier in the stream. Man, Mark's in here, Andy's in here, all my friends have shown up. How cool! It's so good to see all you guys. Oh, and by rant, I mean a loving one. Not complaining about it, just talking about good memories and good times and all that kind of stuff. Basically how I used to have to tell people that the Forrest Gump bench was no longer there because people kept walking backwards into traffic trying to take photos when I was living with Ivy and spending a bunch of time in Chippewa Square. Oh, I'll definitely show it off when I'm done with the stream. I've definitely realized that that's a good idea to basically show everything that we've accomplished for that stream. But yeah, early in the stream, I had done a commission of Harley Quinn in a Batman costume, but kind of like inspired by her own costume design. And it was both a lot of fun, and I think it turned out pretty well. So I will be glad to share it. But first, I need to try and knock this commission out. Oh no. Well, that's just going to become a thicker line. Ta-da! What mistake? John Booze, thank you so much for the compliment. Really appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and knock out this belt buckle here real quick. There we go. And you know what? I'm going to just hit the blacks on here right at the gate. No, I haven't checked out that strokes video. I did get your message about it though. Have you sent it to Trad? Yeah, he's definitely more of a strokes guy than I am. Not that I have anything against the strokes, mind you. But you guys have definitely always been way more into them than I have. Speaking of SCAD, remember back when it was OK Go? That was always a topic of like, oh man, have you seen this new music video yet? Since that was like their whole shtick. Not that their music was bad or anything like that, but I think they definitely made more of a name for themselves with all that, their elaborate music videos. Alright, buddy, take care, man. Thank you so much for everything that you just did. That's above and beyond, man. I really, really appreciate it. One day I will do my best to return the favor. I'm jealous of that mention of going to get some dinner. I'm getting hungry. Alright. Catwoman's turn. Now, I will say this particular commission is a color commission, digital color commission. So, what we see here will not be entirely the end of it. Once I get these inks done, I would then scan this drawing in. I mean, I'm going to scan all these drawings in anyway for archive purposes, but I will then scan it in to my computer as a 600 dpi TIFF file, and from there I will then import it into Photoshop, and finalize it with color. That will then get sent to my print shop that I work with. They will print it, and then I will send that print along with this original art to the client, just in case anybody had any interest in learning all that. And I will eventually do a coloring stream, digital coloring stream, that is, because there have been a pretty decent amount of people already requesting it. I'll try to look into that as soon as I can. Not that it should be all that hard. It's basically just like a screen share type stream. But at the same time, not only am I streaming, but I'm also running Photoshop. So, you know, it's a decent amount of processing power. Which is basically my way of saying I'm not 100% sure if my laptop will be able to handle all that, but, you know, we'll give it a shot. Thankfully, Catwoman's costume is about as simple as it gets, or at least this particular version of it. So, it should be pretty easy to finalize this in the before I gotta get going to pick up the puppy dog. Oop. Excuse me. Been pretty sneezy today. Also, forgive me, I think I kind of need to blow my nose real quick. Alright, we're getting pretty close. I know these are meant to be metal, and usually I'm doing the whole tech pen for metal stuff, but for some reason I just kind of feel like doing these with a brush, which I'm probably going to regret, because circular stuff with a brush is not the easiest thing in the world. That wasn't terrible. Now to just connect them. Fill that in real quick. So I think from here, do something like that, because her head's kind of tilted. And that. There we go. I think that's what I'm looking for. This will be blacked in just because. Oh, I should also add a little notch for her ear underneath the cowl. Oop, almost dropped my brush. pretty close to being done with this. Just going to fill these blacks and then take care of this moon. Which I won't lie, is going to be tricky. But we'll see. Oh, can't forget about this part of Bruce's cape. Alright, here we go. Flapjack Frankie, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Hope you're having a good day. Just putting the finishing touches on a commission here real quick. Well, that was a weird train of thought. So I was thinking about how I wonder if Catwoman's cowl would actually make more sense to not be reflective in any way, because, you know, what with her being a cat burglar and everything. And I was like, what if it was like Vanta Black? Which, if anybody's not familiar, Vanta Black is like this new pigment that's like the blackest black of all time. Like, looking at it, like, screws with your eyes. It's so black. Because light just, like, doesn't reflect off it in any way. And then I was like, man, what if you saw someone in, like, a Vanta Black bodysuit in the dark? Like, they might actually be darker than the dark. And to, like, see that thing coming at you, that would be unpleasant. Like, looking down, like, a dark hallway, and you can still barely make out, like, a darker shape. Oh my gosh. And then it just starts trucking at you. Oh boy. No thank you. No thank you. Alright, so from here, basically I'm standing here for a second trying to think how I want to tackle this moon. because I don't have a template big enough for that. Which basically means like I'm going to have to freehand it. I'm just trying to decide what tools I want to use. To do so. Pardon me. Honestly, Mugen, that's not the worst idea in the world. I could do that. But I think instead... There we go. That wasn't such a chore now, was it? Huh. I was gonna say, not a single comment on the fact that I just free-handed brush inked a circle of that size. But thank you, DeFuerza. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I'm just kind of giving this another once over, trying to see what else I want to maybe do with it. And you know what? This is... kind of a lot just for what I'm doing, but I'm going to bust out my white paint to kind of give Bruce like a little eyelash to help add some volume to his face. I think I might also put some white right here to kind of separate his trunks from that drop shadow, cast shadow. I can always just make a clip of it myself and post it on YouTube or something. And you all get to say that you were there for it when it happened. Yeah, that looks better. Honestly, that's literally all I needed. The white for. I do think I might put some rendering on Selena's belt, just to kind of add some volume to it in the black and white. Because obviously I can render a bunch in the color process, but I like for the black and white to also look good. So I will grab I'll use the one. There we go. And that adds quite a bit, actually. Um, yeah, I think that pretty much does it for the line art on this one anyway. So we'll go ahead and sign it. And then later this evening I'll go ahead and scan it. So thus far today, this is everything that we managed to do today. I don't really know how to get all this stuff on the same. There we go. So, penciled and inked, penciled and inked, inked. Not awful for 4.5 hours worth of work. I think that's probably going to do it for today. Anything else that I start, I just don't really have enough time to get started on anything that I would then be able to finish. But, yeah, thank you so much for everyone for stopping by. Like I mentioned before, the warm-up sketches, if you're at all interested in them, they're going to end up being available for purchase either on eBay or my Big Cartel store at the end of the week. Still trying to decide what I want to do with that, but they are intended to be like a more cheaper alternative for original art than, say, a commission or a page. And yeah, I'll be back at it tomorrow, probably same time, shooting for somewhere between 1 and 2, probably 1:30ish, like we were today. Again, going till the same time, till about 6. Central, that is, all times are central. And then also tomorrow evening, I'm thinking about hopping back on from like 8 p.m. to 10 p.m., 8 to 10:30. I'm not really sure what we would even do during that time. Maybe just more commission stuff. I don't know, but you know, I generally work during the workday, so I'm sure there's some people who have a hard time coming by and hanging out who might otherwise want to. So I'm kind of trying to see if that might be something that would appeal to people. In the meantime, you know, I've got about 5-7 minutes before I really got to get going. So if anybody has any like questions or comments or anything, just want to kind of chat for a little while before I head out. Although I will probably try to raid somebody. Kind of pay it forward, especially after what Blunderdome did for me. Oh, and one more reminder as well that this is the final week to put in an order for my JL8 JSA print. The largest print I've ever done at 17.5 by 22.5. Probably the most characters I've ever included in a print as well. This can be purchased in my Big Cartel store, which you can use the command store or just visit yalestewart.bigcartel.com. The final order cutoff on these is going to be like midnight Sunday morning kind of a deal. So you can still order on Saturday, but by Sunday the listing will probably be taken down. I'd love to have them just be a perennial thing, but because of their size and everything, it's just kind of a weird print cost, etc., etc. So it's just kind of easier to do them as like a print to order. And also, thank you so much to everyone who has put in an order. I certainly appreciate that. Tomorrow is probably going to be during the normal stream from 1 to 6, 1:30 to 6, or whatever we're shooting for. Is probably going to be a Bruce warm-up sketch, a Batman warm-up sketch, headshot, and then probably working on my creator-own pages again. For those of you who may not have been here earlier, that page would be this one here, page number 9 of Forward the Horizon. Probably start working on inking that tomorrow. some kind of big character-y panels. I think that might be enjoyable to watch. So, yeah. I think that might be what we're tackling tomorrow. Granted, that could change between now and then. If something comes up, or I just wake up really not in the mood to tackle that. But I think tentatively, that's what we'll be shooting for tomorrow. So yeah, thank you so very much, everybody, for coming by. I think it's time for me to head out. I'm gonna try to raid my buddy Michael again. He's another very talented artist. He's been at the Twitch game a whole lot longer than I have, so he's probably a lot, has all his cool stuff figured out. Might be a bit more enjoyable to watch for the time being. But yeah, I'd love it if you guys would hang around, show him some love, all that good stuff. And hopefully I see some of you guys tomorrow. Can't wait.